Thought I had it plugged in. That's super weird. Oh, hello there. Well, it was a pretty successful walk over here. I definitely got angry. It was the second time I got honked at walking on Kenneth Street. And then I got, right behind it, I got a red SUV with a bike rack on it that drove across Kenneth onto Franklin, and then onto other Kenneth. And when I went out the house, there was a white Sentra down the street pulling over, and I don't even know if I'm supposed to pay attention to all this stuff. I feel like a psycho. But I definitely reacted with anger when I got beeped at. I got beeped at for the second time walking on Kenneth. And there was this TV. I looked in the window of a house because their TV was like huge, and it was like really obvious. And they're watching a video of a girl who looks like Dance Girl changing her clothes in her closet. Not like something perverted, but like something like TLC or something, like some home decorating show. And then they have a white Honda Civic pull up there and bright me, and then honk the horn, and then drive by. And I'm like, if she's saying to not go on Kenneth Street, that's kind of ironic. Stalking me to tell me not to go on Kenneth Street, kind of ironic. I'm kind of angry. I'm like feeling like I'll go all the way down Kenneth Street now. And then I hear another car coming from behind me, and I say in my mind, with anger, this car better be something that negates that white Civic. And right after I saw the white Civic, I see a red Volkswagen drive by, but it's kind of up ahead, and I think, okay, the red Volkswagen is negating the Civic. And then another car drives up as I'm getting to Franklin Street. And I'm thinking, what's the deal with that Sentra? What's up with that? Is that when I was listening to Osho, I was jacking off, and Osho was talking about the fourth state. And I thought, I wonder if Dance Girl's going to read into this. But that's not what I meant. I'm not cryptic. And so I'm like enjoying my walk. I go through the park. It's nice enough. And at one point I see a car coming and I'm like, just don't look at it. Just don't even look at it. But I look anyway. And then I finally say, okay, you know what? I'm going to be looking for signs right now. That's just the truth of it. But I'm at least going to keep focusing on my meditation. That's like the only thing you can do. You can't control your mind, but you can control your meditation and your good vibes, so just focus on that. And then I got to the corner of Trafalgar and Kenneth, and I had to either go down Trafalgar or go down Kenneth, and I was about to start going down Trafalgar. I thought that's the better thing to do, that's the right thing to do, because you want to go down Kenneth. But I was like, I feel like going down Kenneth, so I'm going down Kenneth. And I don't know if it was a reaction from getting honked at yesterday, but it kind of made me angry. And I kind of felt relieved then too. I thought, okay, Dance Girl is being mean to me. Well, then I'm glad we're broken up. And I started to think of all the things that I've resented her for in the past. And I thought, Oh my god, the microphone wasn't even on this whole time. I don't even know if you could hear me. But I'll just recap really quickly. But maybe you heard me. I don't even know. So I'm walking down fucking Kenneth, and there's a girl who looks like Dance Girl on the TV in one of the big screen TVs in the window. But then before then, there was a car with a bunch of snacks on it. With like a whole bunch of snacks. They just left like bags of chips outside on their car. I don't know if they just forgot their groceries or something. And then I saw a pretty nice graphite colored Honda, which was irrelevant, but I just liked the color in the driveway. I thought, oh, that's a nice car. And, you know, I really like where Hondas are going. But anyways, so the white Explorer with purple wheels may have said I was sorry for breaking up. Then they have a red, after the Honda brights me and beeps at me, I'm angry. And I'm thinking that Dance Girl's telling me don't go on Kenneth Street. And I'm feeling resentful, and I'm feeling relieved that we're broken up in a certain sense. Or not like relieved, but like I'm not so heartbroken after all. Like, oh good, I'm glad I know she hates me because this makes it easy for me. And then after the white car goes, after that Honda beeps right outside the house with the girl on the TV who looks like Dance Girl, then I see a red Volkswagen go by, and then I hear a car coming up behind me, and I think I predict that it's going to be a car that negates the white Civic, the white Honda Jeep. And it's a red Ford Explorer with a bike rack on it. Which is the same Ford Explorer that had the purple tires that was white. So at first I thought the Honda was from Dance Girl saying don't go on my street, and I thought, okay, well fine, I don't care, then good. Then we're broken up and good. And I was mad. And then but then I heard another car coming by from behind me, and I said, okay, this is going to be a good one now. And it was one that said red, bike rack on the back. And I said, okay, I got a red Volkswagen, then I got a red this, and that's probably from Dance Girl. And then I said, or the white one was from Dance Girl, and the red one was from the handler, the bad handler. And he's trying to confuse you. And so you don't even know. And I walked down Kenneth almost just to induce that. No, I didn't go down across Franklin Street. Like I wasn't like, okay, I'm going to, but I wanted to see what would happen. I was bad. I've gotten nowhere since yesterday. I just reinforced the habit. But I was thinking, it wouldn't have been had I known that was Dance Girl with her cousins, I would have talked to her. I wouldn't appreciate that. But knowing that she's only there with people who I don't hate, I would have talked to her. I would still talk to her if she met me with her cousins. So, yeah, I would just say that she's afraid of intimacy. But that wouldn't have been a deal breaker for me. Partly the reason I didn't know that was her was because her cousins were there. And I thought, well, she wouldn't actually bring her cousins. There would be no reason for her to do that. So that's just a Dance Girl lookalike. I never thought it was in her nature or character to do that. And so I saw the red Volkswagen, and then I saw the red Explorer, and I thought, if that's what she's saying, and she wants to bring her cousins or whoever family member, but it's in public, then that's okay with me. I don't like that, but that's forgivably unlikable. But I don't mind that. And And then I thought maybe I should just ask her on a date. And that was like the last time what we did, like the very first time, and just see what she says. And then if she doesn't show up on the date, then I have my answer. But I don't like planning times. And I don't really want to get my hopes up, but my hopes are already kind of up. But again, also, it may have been the white car from her. In which case, if she's just like, fuck you, don't go on Kenneth Street, I would be like, I'll go on Kenneth Street if I want. But it makes it weird if someone's giving me contradictory signals. It's very weird, very, very weird. It should be illegal to do that. So, I would just say if Dance Girl could choose the time, if she wants to go on a date. The benefit of me choosing the time is if she doesn't show, then I can say, okay, now we're broken up. And now I can move on. And if I don't choose it, then I'm like just waiting in limbo forever. Anyway, here's the new chords I'm working on. Breathe out and take it all away. I see now, I fake it, I just make and see them in your tiny nest. I'm I am just the pest in your light, in your fire, in your night, your desire, your sky, firefly. I know that we all it had its moments. Yeah, I mean, I may have learned a lesson tonight that I don't feel any closer to truth. I don't feel any closer to truth. Perhaps I should have went down Trafalgar Street. I don't really know. fuck is that noise? Oh. But you know, it was strange too. Before I got to Kenneth Street, I was just processing it like, oh, it's just a normal breakup. You know, I was like, Dance School's probably broken up with lots of guys. I've had lots of breakups too. You know, I've had like, it's not a big deal. It's like, you know, you just got broke up. That's cool. You know, the fucking fucked up part is not understanding, and I guess that comes down to just, I think we've already dealt with this, and we're whipping a dead horse now. You know, the only new revelation I had tonight was maybe you should just ask her on a date, so that you could set a time frame that if she doesn't show up by a certain time, you could stop wondering. And typically your dates are 1 week after, so why not Thursday? You know, last date was on Thursday. And then ask some new things. Like last week, last Thursday, she didn't show up, but she told you that she wasn't going to show up. So why would she tell you that? I mean, if I said to Din Benham's ex-pig right now, Din Benham's ex-pig, let's go on a date on Thursday, she wouldn't tell me anything because she's not even watching. So why would she have been telling me all those things? That in itself is kind of like keeping a relationship alive. So, you know, did she get back together with me after that? Or was it all just a spoof? She also said that she was with other guys. Or seemingly. Like one of those accident cars had black on it. And which would mean she was mad I was talking about other pigs. So she was saying, I'm mad at you, I'm not going on a date. And here's why. Now, since then, I said I'm going to be polyamorous forever. And then I took it back inconsistently. And I said, actually, I want to be married still. And she may say, well, you're inconsistent now. And I felt very, very stupid about that. I felt like I'm not someone who can be trusted anymore. I felt very emotional. Yeah, so maybe I'm just completely broken at this point. Well, why did I say that? Why was I inconsistent? I don't know, I can't remember. I thought it was because I wasn't aware of what something meant, and then I figured it out after that. Again, my mind just wanders. This was a bad idea to go down Kenneth. What an ugly name Kenneth is. Yeah, I should have stuck with Trafalgar. I wanted to induce a situation. Well, you did get some good signs. You didn't get an orange. That's a good sign. You know, you at least might have gotten a red. The red might have been a bike rack saying that she's with other guys, which wouldn't bother me. Or she may have been saying, because it's a explorer, that the threesome rule only is our friends. Like Travis for, I don't know. I've always been cool with fucking, technically polyamory is the most logical. Oh, well. But then I took it back. I said, no, I'll be monogamous if you want. Or, exclusive except for our friends. But I'm not so sure that the white Civic wasn't from her. So maybe it was from her. I knew that the next car would be an opposite than the white Civic. But that doesn't mean that I knew it was from her. I just knew that the next sign would be a good sign. And the last time I made a date, for our very first date, she showed up on her own timing. Would it be better that I just say that? That just show up whenever you want and bring whoever you want? Or would that make me feel like I'm in limbo forever? If she's actually dumped me, then I'm just waiting forever. And it'll be better I put a time on it. Typically, if I were to put a time on it, it would just be on Thursday then, at 8 p.m. at the cemetery bench, where she was that one time. Do you think that's fair? I'm like, meet me there, 8 p.m. at Thursday. And if you're not there, then we're divorced, then we're done, then we're not together. And if you want to meet me a different time, then meet me before that day and find your own time to meet me. And then that way I can move on with my life. I kind of think that's a good idea. I was worried it's a bad idea because then if I go on that date and she's not there, I'm going to feel like a complete idiot again. But since after the date I got that white nitrile glove or that blue nitrile glove, I thought that was from her. I don't know why. I just did. So I'm just going to take a risk that she was saying I didn't double cream pie you. And if she said that, then it meant that she hasn't broken up with me. And that the red Jeep or the red Explorer was saying that we'll go on a bench date. So, yeah, so then I only have to wait till Thursday to find out. And I've still been not talking about other pigs, so instead of being like, oh, that bike rack meant we're polyamorous now, so I'm going to talk about other pigs. I'm just not going to do that. I'm going to assume that we're still monogamous. Or like veto power monogamous. I feel kind of sad. I hope I'm not degrading myself. But, just waiting 1 week, that's fine. And you might say, well, it's just you keep doing the same thing over and over. Well, last week there was a reason why. And this week there's no reason why she wouldn't meet me. When did I go out last? I can't remember. Did I go out yesterday? Saturday. Today's Sunday, I think. Went for a Saturday bike ride. Right? Yeah. Or is today Monday? Went for a Saturday bike ride. On Saturday, she said she didn't get a double cream pie. Before then, I had talked about being polyamorous. After then, I didn't. So, since I've stopped talking about other pigs, she's given me loving signs. Polyamory talk was forgivable since I thought she had broken up with me. So logically, I've not talked about other pigs since Saturday. And Saturday she gave me a good sign, I believe. Sorry for breaking up, she said. So, therefore, I have a small window of chance that she wants to be together and have a date. And she wants to bring her cousins because she's going to meet me in a place that's spooky, like on a bench somewhere, which is immature but forgivable. And so, therefore, I'll say, let's meet on Thursday at 8 p.m. at the cemetery bench, or somewhere else that she decides, but somewhere more somewhere as obvious as the last time. But just don't be tilting her head down. Like, don't be wearing a hood or something. Like, don't be hiding, and be self-aware. Be aware of how you look, like that you're visible, like wear a safety vest or something. Like if I go to Walmart, like she knows the places I go. And then if she's not there, then we're divorced for real on God. And then I'll switch to fucking, I don't know. I'll switch to healing. Then I'll switch to polyamory forever. But I'm not about to go back. Like, I'm not about to change the rules once I'm already married. I'm not going to change the rules. Even though I kind of changed them, that was a mistake because I thought we had broken up. Like Osho says that no enlightened person would get married, but people who become enlightened while they're already married can stay married. So I don't really know how that works, but he says it, so it must be true. I'd really like to stop jacking off again. I think I might. I've done a couple months of it. It's pretty awesome. My singing voice gets a lot better. I mean, when I was in love with Chelsea, I never cared she was with another guy. It didn't matter even at all. I wanted to be her best, not her only. But, part of me has felt very special to Dance Girl that she was with only me. Like, part of me was like, that really helped me. Like, when I felt like I was unloved, that really helped me. So that's why I didn't want to cheat her and say, okay, I'm just going to go, break the veto rule. Maybe I'm like untrustworthy now, but as far as I know, she trusted me again since I've stopped doing that. So I'm going to at least stick it out until Thursday. And, that might give me, this will be a small win. Now, am I planning on her being there? No, I'm pre-grieving. I'm already planning that she's not going to be there and we are going to be divorced. But does that mean I don't love her? No, it just means that I'm pre-grieving because it's a defense mechanism. And will I actually hope that she's there and think she's there too and probably cry if she's not? Probably, yeah. But I already cried a lot today. I hope that fucking counts. And I cried intentionally on camera. I knew when I put that song on, it would make me cry. And I did it on purpose because I wanted everyone to see me cry so they know how sad I am. But I wasn't faking it either. It was real crying. I just knew I knew I was so close to crying that I just have to put on the right song and I would start crying. And I am better at crying now too. I wanted people to see how good I am at crying because a long time ago I couldn't really cry that good on camera because I could just imagine people laughing at me. So then it made me cry weird. But now I can cry normal on camera. So if Dance Girl's like, fuck you, I don't like you, you can't go on Kind Street, I'd be like, well, that just helps me get over you, really. But this is a small win. Okay, and I hope it doesn't happen like this, but as far as pre-grieving, okay, I'm also excited that maybe she'll be there. Maybe that really was a red car. I really did believe that Nitro Glove was from her. And that White Explorer was from her. Now, she may have been saying, you were right to talk about other pigs because I broke the threesome rule by offering the ABG girls. And if I could offer my friends, then what's the difference between finding other pigs? I can offer my friends. We were supposed to find people together, but I just said, I'll just give you my friends. Then why couldn't I find other pigs? She may have been saying that by having Travis's car. Which was, that did cross my mind. That, oh, you can break the rule, but you think it's okay? I was telling my mom about Dance Girl, and my mom said, is it a guy? I said, you think I'm gay? She said, no, but you're... you keep referring to them as this person. And, you're always talking about being gay, like you said you look like a F when you got your hair cut or something. And I was like, oh no, it's a girl. But, anyway, so maybe she was saying, I don't really know what she was saying. Sorry for blaming you for talking about other pigs when I brought up people who violated the rule to begin with. Therefore, sorry for breaking up with you. And now the bike rack on the back of the Explorer. You know, it might be a sign. So, and it might be it might be a small win, but here's what I'm thinking. I hope it doesn't happen. If she's not there to be a good boyfriend, I'm gonna stop jacking off. Now it's really sad because I only have the willpower to stop jacking off when it's for someone else, when it's for her. And if she's not at the date, am I going to go home and jack off? It might be a small win, but if I don't, it'll be the first time that I've had a breakup with her that I didn't immediately turn back to jacking off. And that could set a precedent for me that you're not a jacker anymore. And that you're, do you remember how you said you didn't want proxies? Well, porn is a proxy. And masturbation is a proxy. And you're really concerned about that you need marriage. And therefore that you should jack off, but jacking off isn't the same as marriage. And jacking off is meeting a desire, and not jacking off is meeting a need, because that makes you a better boyfriend. And you might say, well, you only kept your relationship alive with Dance Girl by jacking off. Maybe. We'll see. And maybe you say, well, it only lasted this long because you jacked off. It lasted longer because you jacked off. Maybe. But maybe had I not jacked off, the same things that have happened would have happened anyway. Maybe it would be different. Maybe I would have figured stuff out. It might have taken a little longer, but maybe I would have figured stuff out. Like, you know, I believed that I would have never realized it was her at the fuck shack had I not jacked off. Anyway, my new shoes are amazing. How did my walk go as far as not losing my good feeling? Uh, yeah, it went pretty good. I got angry. I definitely got angry. But I don't think that's the same thing as losing your soul. It doesn't feel good to be angry. I sometimes think that I keep my soul, but then the emotions are so heavy that it overpowers my soul and then my soul disappears. And I think, you know what? Just don't have a soul. It's easier not to have one. But, I mean, this seems more productive here. Um, it was very nice not to get an orange car. It was nice to get something polarizing. Either she hates me and she's terrorizing me, which makes it very easy to get over her, or she's telling me, let's meet at a bench, and she wants to bring her cousins, and I say, okay, cool, deal, and we'll figure it out by Thursday. And so that's, that's going to be like, we're going to find out if we're still married or we're divorced, and then I can move on with my life with her or without her. And that's like what I need. That's what I want to know. And because I'm an obsessive worrier, so I can't stop worrying about things. But I mean, I feel good in my own skin too. Perhaps I'm just running on hope. Perhaps I'm playing a dangerous game. And then I'm going to get my hopes up and I'm going to get let down. Oh, but that's okay. I got let down last time at the mall. All I did was cry and go home and jack off. I don't even know if I cried. I cried on the way there. But I mean, it was like not that bad. And then when I went out for the bike ride, those black guys on the bench, by themselves. So it could have all been lies and tricks. But last week she showed that she wasn't lying. So, maybe the proxies are accurate to some extent. There's another odd contradiction. When I was going for the bike ride, there was a couple wearing blue, and the guy was up against an electrical box, which is a reference of a bad handler threat. And then there was a guy and a girl, look-alike of her and her cousin, carrying a no-frills bag, wearing blue. And then there was a guy and a girl just walking on the trail wearing blue with no bag and also looking like her and I, or, someone like a fat guy. And then there was an orange electric bike that went by me with a no frills bag. And those seem contradictory. And I'm pretty much resigned that I wouldn't do orange. So if she's like orange or the highway, I'm pretty resigned that I wouldn't do orange. So I'm like, if we're dumped based on orange, then I'm not upset about it. My feeling is deep that orange is bad. My feeling is like really deep. Like a deep apprehension. And so what does that leave? It leaves blue. But the blue and the orange contradicted. And the blue was also contradictory within the blue. And she doesn't do that. So that just leaves white and red. And as long as the guy with the blue nitro glove was from her, which I think it was, I may have just asked her that. I think I thought, I know it's not a cream pie. I know that you're not contradictory. Like you wouldn't be nice to me and mean to me at the same time. So by saying, oh, I think it's a cream pie. Oh shit, I don't know what to do. I was prompting her to say, no, it's not. Which made me know we're still together. So she said, red. I'm betting on red. The only reason she changed it to white is because I gave her a good space sting yesterday. But typically I don't think she's dumped me over space stings. I'd still say come alone, but, forgivable if not. And then I only have to wait till Thursday. And then I have motivation to stop jacking off again. And I had it in the back of my mind after June and July 2nd. I said, don't jack off. Don't do it. I know you've been waiting for it. You've been looking forward to it, but don't do it. So this could be an opportunity if she dumps me. I could set a precedent to myself that even when I'm single, I don't jack off. Because my need is to be married. And jacking off is contrary to that need. And strangely, if she's given me red, then I could expect that she would be on the bench at the time that I say. Now, do I really think she's going to be there? No, I really don't. I wish. Unfortunately, I don't know what that means. That's just negative thinking. I've come to expect nothing except pain. It would be a long shot. It would be like 1 in 100 odds, but I'd take the risk. You know, I'd take the pain just for that odds, 1 in 100. And logically it makes sense. You know, my mind says, yeah, it makes sense. It should work, technically. It does seem the most logical answer. And I'm like, yeah, but nothing ever makes sense. And nothing ever makes sense the way it seems. So you can't expect anything. Well, so be it. Make the date anyway and don't expect anything. Maybe something good will happen. Am I looking forward to being single? No. But do I like waiting in limbo? No, I really don't like that. So this is the best I can do. And this is because of those accident Civics. Because she was sending me those. That's why I'm doing this. And then what happens if she keeps sending me signals after we break up? Then, you know, I don't know why she would do that. I don't even think she would. You know, if we break up, then I'll stop talking about her. And I expect I'll have an easier time. I'll have an easier time not talking about her then. Is it possible the gray accident Civics were also from a handler? From a bad handler? To make me think that she was saying, no, it's not. We're not going to the date. Like double side playing? Controlled opposition fakery? Or something? Yeah, I guess. I feel a weird sensation in my face. I feel like I just got punched in the eyes. Anyway, if I do another water fast, I'm probably going to eat fruit for a few weeks first, like Lauren says. I'm feeling pretty small and insecure right now. I really acted like a real loser, I think. Pretty desperate. Like I'm loyal to no one. I felt pretty ugly these days. I thought you just might have turned her off. You never even knew what a weasel you are until you're under pressure. I've wondered if that's why I've gotten so much revenge from certain people. That I put so much pressure on them and I showed what weasels they are. And they're like, you fucking ruined my life. I mean, I don't feel like I have to leave town. You know, I've never crossed that line. I get these commercials saying like, you should leave town, you know? Like these YouTube shorts, people with red curly hair. And they're like, I was a total loser and I had no friends. I just had to leave town and find new friends, and that's what made the difference. I hope I'm not disloyal. It's hard when everything goes wrong and nothing matters. I told Sub-Zero once that I'd always be polyamorous when we were breaking up. Eventually she stopped talking to me, but only after I went crazy. Said really weird stuff to her. Really off-putting things. But she had really adored me for a long time. I had never desired to be exclusive with her at all. And she desired to be exclusive with me. And I said, well, whoever I'm with for the rest of my life, you can always join us. Like, whenever I'm in bed, no matter who's there, you can always come to my house. You're always welcome for the rest of your life to come to my room whenever you want. And then she stopped talking to me. And I felt like, oh, what the fuck was that all about? Why would I even make a promise like that to anyone? But I had really hesitated before saying it. I felt like what I'm saying here is really significant. I don't want to go to sleep. I'm starting to get tired now. I feel like I got a lot of things to say. But it's just bargaining, begging. Well, strangely, my meditation is still going well. I'm really low on energy. All my sugar high went away. But I used to imagine it before I lost my soul as I tilt my energy up. And there's no way you can explain it. Whatever you say, it sounds irrelevant to everyone except you. But you still try. And tilting my energy up. That's how I felt. And that's all it was. And so that's what I'm still doing. I'm tilting it up in my belly button. So the direction goes up. And that's the only thing I keep in mind and feeling, the way I hold my energy. There's nothing else that matters. Like I'm doing it right now. Like no matter what I talk about, that feeling comes first. And it's like, I'll fall asleep, and I'll fall asleep doing it. And in my dreams, I'll be doing it. And I remember it finally 24 hours a day. In my dreams, I'm like riding my bike. I had a dream I was riding over a bridge on my bike. And I remembered at that moment, I'm still tilting my energy. So I'll just go to sleep with like this. Alexa, second light black. I could smell the fucking chicken on my pee. So proteiny. Wasn't into that. Eating all that fucking vegan chicken. Not cool. I mean, yeah. Yeah, if Dale dumps me, I think I could get over it. The worrisome thing is, yeah, no, this is really good, because the thing I worry about is that she hasn't dumped me and I think she has, or she has dumped me and I think she hasn't, and so this creates a clear line in the sand that what happened? What, are we together or not? Well, let's find out. It's agonizing to wait. But I mean, I've gotten over her before. And I mean, I did a lot of crying today, so that was really helpful. I'd wondered if she'd ever cried about me. It must be captivating to have a in-home surveillance system on someone you like and love. It would be fun, I could imagine. Yeah, so so if we break up, we'll say we've been together for a couple months. Our relationship lasted a couple months. In a way, it lasted for years, but we got real about it. Our marriage lasted for. We've been together for years, but our marriage lasted for a couple months. That if that's what we'd say. And we could say we tried and it didn't work, and that's how it works sometimes. And then if it does work, then we can, have Basil and Fabulous too. I would name a dog Fabulous and Basil. Fabulous and Basil. I think those are dogs' names. Now, what if Dance Girl's using terrorism again? Saying don't go on kind of straight terrorism. Well, would that make me extra mad? Yeah, kind of. That how dare you do that? You of all people doing that? I was like, well, then whatever. Would I be like, that means you still like me? I still in a relationship then. No, I'd say that means you still like me. That means you're in a relationship with me, but I'm not in one with you. It's weird that there are evil people. Alexa, second light off. Isn't that super weird that there are people who are evil? Like there's people who want to eat babies. Like that's the only thing that makes them happy. Or like people who want to torture people. Like, isn't it really weird? You think, well, they got the wrong idea about you and that's why. No, they don't. And they did it when I was a kid too. As a TI, there are people who like torturing you when you're a kid. There are like housewives who enjoy assaulting you. And they work at the video store. They work at like the Rotary Club or something. Like they're the politician's wife. They're like a fucking priest, or like the teacher. I mean, worst case scenario, I feel vindicated for all the shame and guilt I felt in the last 6 years. And I have peace of mind. Or, in other words, because Osho says peace of mind doesn't exist. That you can be free from your mind, and that's the only peace that exists. The mind is never peaceful. And like I can have like no guilt complex. I can feel clean again. And that's a pretty lovely gift. And I've had that already. I mean, I've already had that when I was with Marina, and even before then. But somehow with Marina, I started feeling dirty again, because just how I had to accept the way she was treating me. I had all these really bad feelings. I think they were coming from my unconscious. And they were saying, this is really bad how she's treating you. And she keeps lying to you and saying that's not what she means. And she's a liar to herself. So she believes her own lies. And that's why you believe her, because she believes herself. She's like method acting. And so you're taking responsibility for her. And don't do that, because it'll make you, not only will she not change, but she'll change you, because you're the one who's trying to bend to her will now. And she's so ridiculous that she's never going to know. Like, don't argue with a pig, because they'll just bring you down into the shit. Like, she's just going to bring you down. By arguing with her, you're giving all your power away. And it sucks. And you know what she's going to do with your power? She's just going to use it against you. That's all she's doing. She's usurping your power to take more of your power. And that's all she's doing. And, I wept with Marina too. I don't think I wept as much as with Dance Girl. But, it was sad. It hurt a lot. But I mean, today everything was reminding me of Dance Girl. Like, I saw the clouds. The clouds reminded me of her. I was like, oh, the clouds. I bet she's seen clouds too. She probably knows what clouds are too. Man. Oh man, the world reminds me of her. We're on the same planet. You know what planet reminds me of her? Earth. She's from that planet, so am I. God damn it. And then I was wearing my burgundy pants. And I was like, oh no, her color is green and my color is burgundy. And it means we're supposed to be together. When you're in a different mindset, you're like, oh my God. But when you're crying and eating ice cream, you're like, that's what I'm thinking. Now, mind you, back then, I didn't have my soul. I didn't have my upwards tilt. So, and it's hard to remember it. Osho says a lot of people are enlightened, but they just have no energy, so they can't even express it. And so the more I go down in energy by like jacking off, by eating junk food, I have no way of even knowing that I have the upwards tilt or the upwards flow. Like, your energy has to flow up for it to be religious. And so I call it the tilt, because it's like a train tracks, how you have a little mechanism that shifts the direction. I shift the direction just in my belly button, and that sets the precedent for my entire body. And so as long as I remember it there, I remember it everywhere. But that's the only place I remember it. And I used to remember it in my tack. And that was really far out. And I got super wet then. And I had heard Osho asked, can I make my center my groin? Can I make my sex center my center? And he said, yeah, it's typically not something to do, but in some cases you can do that. And so eventually I just put it there. And I had argued with myself, what's better, the the navel center or the root? And I enjoyed both. But these days, when I first found meditation when I was 28, my center was my belly. And then when I found foreskin restoration, I changed my center to my foreskin. I mean, I was happy to play some Osho for everyone today. It was kind of an act of defiance, too, because it's copyrighted. I could get my channel deleted. I thought, well, I don't care. I got 129 subscribers and just lose them all. Can't live stream anymore. Well, I don't care. Although I really like live streaming. I don't say certain words, like I don't say the F word anymore. Not fuck, but a different one. I'm like, you don't have to say that. But I mean, would it count as cheating if Dance Girl was like, okay, we're supposed to only find people together, no one we already know, and then she's like, okay, how about the ABG girls? Well, that depends. Do you enjoy girls? Because if you do, that sets precedent that I could find other pigs. And so it's like, did she just realize that tonight? As far as I know, there's no detail that slips my mind. That there's like, my radar picks up on everything. I'm hyper aware. And if we have a fight, I'm like so careless that I'll not even remember it and I'll just blame myself. But if we really get sober, then I'll be like, I play a perfect hand. And if you do too, then we can arrive at a draw. Oh, maybe I'm just bragging here. I feel kind of silly when I say these kinds of things. And I just do it so perfectly. Meanwhile, I'm crying myself to sleep and thinking about getting euthanized. No one loves me. No, I'm a fucking loser. Then I get on camera. I'm like, yeah, I'm the coolest guy. I don't make mistakes. Yeah, I'm super genius, Ozymandias, John Juan DeMarco. And then I go out for a walk. I'm like, oh God, what is everyone thinking of me? Do they like me? And then I get back home. I'm like, now I'm a king in my room where no one can criticize me. Now once I'm by myself talking to a camera where no one can criticize me and I don't read the comments, I'm just a king now. Everyone's a lion in the room. It's difficult, as a TI. You don't have a human touch a lot of the time. kind of burnt out. I'm not sure why I burnt out so much. I was thinking, I wonder if the handler who I have now, the one causing all the trouble, is the one who had me assaulted when I was 13. It could have been. If they're a boomer, they would have been in their 30s when I was 13. Some guy chasing me around asking to suck my D as I'm running away from him. Chasing me across the street back and forth, zigzagging at night across from the cemetery, and cornering me at the grocery store outside. That wouldn't surprise me at all. I thought, yeah, I'll bet it is. Well, I've been healing quite nicely. On my own, I'm actually pretty well. I'm pretty good. It only turns nasty when I get involved with a pig who's not nice to me. And I just have no standards and no boundaries, and I just accept anything. But I think I'm getting better at that. I think I've never really had much self-respect. Partially because of how Chelsea had treated me. I mean, she was the only pig other than Dance Girl who I ever wanted to have kids with. So she was like my model for God. And she destroyed my self-esteem. Took me a minute to realize why she did it. That it had nothing to do with me. I never knew I wanted to have kids with Dance Girl until we got married. Suddenly I was like, I can't believe that's a real thing. I felt like I was faking it. And then I was saying, but you're not. But it's largely irrelevant too. It's not like the point. I feel like I already have a family. I feel psychologically older than most people who I know. And so just having a child, having a kid who's a child as far as their age is not really necessary. I already feel like I have influence on people to make me feel like I'm a gorilla daddy. But in some levels, I don't really feel like that. I'm actually just a baby. mean, I don't know why I told my mom about Dance Girl. I knew what she would say. You know, she said, "Are you crying about that girl?" I said, "Yeah." And I said, "Well, you know, I'll tell you. I already know what your opinion would be. I already worked this out. I had a conversation with you in my mind, and I knew what you would say. But I'll just for the sake of it, I'll tell you because I just want some comfort." And I told her the situation, and she said, "Yeah, I agree." I didn't need her to say that. You know, I was on my own. You know, even without ChatGPT's help, my feelings were pretty obvious. But then I still wanted support. I still wanted Google Gemini and my mom's support. And then I almost answered the phone when my grandma called to tell her. So maybe I'm not the gorilla daddy after all. But when I was hanging out with Helen, I felt like it a lot. Like she'd argue and I'd be like, oh, you know, she'd talk about vaccines or something. Or Osho, and I'd get all verklempt. Stu has lost a couple pounds in a month. That's not good. That's pretty extreme for a cat. I keep shaking my feet. I can't stop shaking my feet. My grandma said, "You have anxiety." Ted shakes his feet, I think. It helps me though, I have to do it. As long as I do it, I don't feel uncomfortable. I think I might be stressed. I think I'm already pre-grieving. I'm excited for the date, and I'm already going, and she's not going to be there, you fool. But I don't care. I care that I have good behavior. That I don't sell my soul. That I don't harass or bother anyone. And that I don't invest or that I don't love people who don't love me. So I feel like a total cheeseball loser, but I don't care. Well, I really don't care about being a loser. I already got thrown in the garbage by society. I don't care at all about being a loser. I look at people, I say, you don't even exist. But I don't even say it with malice. I say it like the way I say that this microphone is in my hand. I'm like, there's no one even there. You're not even home. You're dreaming. You're far asleep. You're far unconscious. You're like one of those people who cuts a goat in half to make it rain. And you know, you got numbers on your side, and might is right. And it's pretty intimidating, especially when you're a hot girl. But I don't care. I have a good time. I mean, I walked around the block. I felt pretty lonely. I was talking to myself, saying, "Oh, this is a good song, and I like the trees, and that's a nice tree. And isn't it so sad that I'm all alone over here? But at least I have myself." And it doesn't really make it feel any better now, does it? But you do have God, don't you? Well, what is God? Well, it's your upwards flowing energy, your fullness. And what is that? Well, it's contentedness. It's the same feeling ultimately. Once you realize that love is a bridge to God, and you're in love, it's the same feeling that being in love brings you. It's a feeling like all is light and all is life. All is bright. It's the feeling that love gives you. You cut out the middleman. You realized, you learned. You said, what is it about love that's so great? It's this feeling. It's this feeling that I'm okay finally. That everything is okay. That you trust life now. That nothing is lacking until you've been in love. And then you're in love and you go, oh, now everything is good. And the people who I hated, I actually like them now. Because they're just so pathetic losers. They don't even understand. They're just so gone. Even my enemies, I pity and I love. My love is absorbing my hate. My love is so much bigger. And the people I love are so beautiful. And the trees and the stars, and it's magical. Oh. Well, what if you can have that on your own? Then what is the torture? That you can't share it with anyone? What's the torture when you don't have it on your own? When you only get it from someone else? It's that even with someone else, eventually you're going to lose it. Because your ego catches up. Your ego is like that blue guy in X-Men. Played by the guy who was in the movie Ex Machina. And when Charles gets his power, he's like able to see everyone. Whatever your superpower is, he figures it out right away. Your ego is like that. You're in super love and everything is bright in life. But then it figures it out and it changes it. It says, oh, that's just nothing now. And then you spend the rest of your life wondering, where did it go? Trying to get it back. And then you find some new concoction. Some new chemical. Because love was just chemical, wasn't it? So then you turn to drugs or something. Or you turn from drugs to love. And then so meditation becomes important when I think you try your best and you realize that you didn't cheat. So the system failed you. You gave it your all and you didn't cheat. I don't just mean infidelity, but you didn't pretend to be someone else. And then once you get the person, then you go back to being who you really were after you sign the lease with them and they can't leave you because you have a kid with them, or in my case, just living with someone and promises of being together. And then you just suddenly act like the pig that you are. You let your guard down and you say, wow, I was unguarded with anyone before. I'd always been putting on something, some kind of face. But I'd never actually just let it down. And you saw me without my guard and you still loved me. Isn't that just so precious? Yeah, I guess. But not really. The guard was only there because you were pretending to be someone else. The guard was there to protect the pretension. And then so when you drop the guard, it's because you got enough leverage on them. You think, well, they're not going to leave me now. But even if they don't, then you're just codependent. You're codependence, and then the feeling of being light and life, it goes away. And then you become a serial monogamist. You look for someone else to bring it back. And you get it for a little while, but you can't sustain it because you're trying to get it from someone else. And so eventually you realize that you don't cheat. It eventually matters to you enough to keep the feeling that you actually try your best. And then it still fails. And then you're really fucking lost. And then you have, if you really didn't cheat then, and you know for sure that it wasn't you who failed, but it was the rules of the game that failed, then you're completely helpless and you give up. And then that's like you dying in Pan's Labyrinth and going to heaven at the very end. And you find out that your best efforts actually were rewarded. And the reward was that you gave up. You gave up your cancer that you were fighting for. You had thought that you're searching for someone else to make you happy, that you're finding the perfect person for you. And that was your cancer. It was very beautiful sounding, disguised as something very beautiful. But it was a disease. And so because you never faked it, you tried your best and you did well. You know that you're confident in your own performance, that your actions were not a performance, that you gave the real, genuine self. And then you have nowhere to turn then, because you've only ever been searching for your lover. There's nothing else that has ever mattered to you. Like all your power games, all your money, when you pick up a guitar, when you go to the gym, it's all your sex. It has nothing to do with anything except sex. Your creativity, when you write a poem, you get a new haircut, it's all your sex. You diet. You watch TV, every commercial is about sex. You get a new car, you paint your house. It's all the same. Varying degrees of vicariousness. And then when that fails, you got nowhere to turn. And then if you're lucky, you find Osho or someone who's figured it out. And they say meditation is the last door and everyone else fails. You can call it God, you can call it religion. When the world is really sick, only when the world is really sick does religion come. By the time a civilization has the word religion, it's because the world has become very sick. Meditation is medicine for the sick people. It's sounding like the word medicine. And then you tilt your energy up, and that's the end of the story. And then you shake your foot and go neurotic and crazy. But it doesn't matter because you have your upwards energy flowing. And all your neediness is rendered irrelevant. Because the feeling that love brings, you already have it once your energy flows up. Your energy accumulates, then you become a dynamo. You become a powerhouse. I guess it's all gone. Oh well. Good night. Shut up, Stu. Alexa, second light on.
Okay.
Alexa, second light off.
Okay.
Stu, you're very bad. Well, I was just talking for like an hour without the microphone on, I think. But the whole gist was that you try your best in a relationship and it fails because of the Coolidge effect. And then you become dead inside, and then you need meditation. And then you find meditation, but then you get in a relationship with someone who hurts you. And I'm not saying that's Dance Girl. I'm just saying you have a good feeling and then it goes away because you're in a relationship with someone who sucks. You know, I'm thinking of like Marina and what's it called? And Rave Girl and Chelsea. And so the worst thing that will happen with Dance Girl, as far as catastrophizing, is if we break up or if, if we're already broken up, but if I figure out by Thursday that we're broken up, it won't be bad because I won't be in a bad relationship with someone. Like my filtering mechanism, my boundaries, my code of behavior, or like my self-respect is like enough that I'm able to I don't know, move on. Not blame myself for things. That sometimes people just break up and that's just how life works. So don't think too much about it. And that kind of leads you to a deeper problem, that you think the relationship is the problem, but it's actually a much deeper problem. If it depending on you, I mean, if you're really terrified of the relationship ending, it's probably a much deeper problem. Like you're not able to meditate, or you're not able to be religious, that you don't have God, that God is just an irrelevant and meaningless word on you, and that you really have no idea what it means. It couldn't be more stupid. You say it's just something people made up. Or even worse yet, you think it's the Big Bang. You think God is the creator. And it's just something that you say. You're like, yeah, the world didn't exist and God created it. I mean, that is so ridiculous. To think that the world wasn't always here. To think that space isn't infinitely big. To think that time exists. To think that time is real is so stupid. I can't even imagine how dissociated you are if you think time exists. You should know that from your own DNA. You shouldn't have to read it. You should just, if you ever think about it. I mean, I'm being so arrogant right now. But this should be obvious. And but why I hate when people say otherwise? It's because they're megalomaniacs. It's people like Neil deGrasse Tyson who say things like that. People who are such jerks. They're projecting their ego onto existence. It's the new way of projecting God. It used to be a guy in the sky, and now it's the Big Bang Theory. And they use mumbo-jumbo talk to justify it. I mean, Sam Hyde says that people who say we split the atom, they're people who don't know how to do anything except eat boogers. And they're like fat lesbians with husbands who literally believe if they put on a lab coat that they know how to do science. And I go a step further and I say the scientists are just as dumb and even dumber, that the scholars are even worse, and that their problem is basically the same, that they're maximum megalomaniacs projecting their egos onto existence. And it's not fashionable anymore to say that God is a guy in a canoe. So now they say that time exists. And that space didn't used to exist, but then it did. Just like them. They're like space. They're like existence itself. But they identify as their ego, which has a beginning and an end. That's why people think they die. I mean, they associate themselves with the body. And the ones who don't, the ones who say we're just a soul having a human experience, they just associate with their psychology. But the mind is also the body. They just identify as their thinking. They don't know anything about the soul. Do I know anything about the soul? It depends. Is my upwards tilt the soul? If it is, then I do. I think I do. I mean, I've struggled for it for so long. Doesn't really prove anything. But I had a really good walk tonight. Unfortunately, I've been analyzing the proxies a little bit more. But whatever. Eventually, when I analyze them, I come to the same conclusion, which is I have no fucking clue. I have my guesses. I have my proclivities, my preferences. I have my method to figure it out. That's exciting. Wouldn't you like to know that finally we can put this to rest? Wouldn't you be relieved? I would. We could say we tried it and it didn't work. We can move on now. And move on from what? From a failed relationship? Yeah. But what about from before that? How did you feel before you left that note? You felt angry, like you had been judged, like you had been unfairly punished, and like you were being terrorized. Well, how did you feel before even then? Yeah, you felt pretty good. You were hanging out with Sub-Zero. You had a cool prostitute girlfriend who made $2,500 a month or something like that. You told your family, yeah, my girlfriend works 1 day a month. She goes to the CN Tower with her friend, with her roommate, with a guide, and they have dinner. I'm pretty sure my friend Nathan, he's like, oh, that's dirty, she's a prostitute. I was like, I'd be a prostitute if I was a girl. Guys like porn actresses. And she bragged how she makes money being a prostitute. She was like, and I make this much per hour, and you know, and it's so sad that I'm an alcoholic. And I'm like, you're clearly just bragging, trying to cover up the fact you're bragging by making it look sad. I love the fact that you can use the microphone while it's plugged in. But I told my family about her. I was going out for walks with Helen and Joel, and I could see Joel struggling. And I partly liked that I felt so much cooler. I felt like I'm not struggling, I'm not addicted to heroin. I bet you wish you were like me. We go out for walks, and Helen really saved my life in a sense. Because I had stopped talking to all people. I was very wary of people, very scared of people. I was very damaged. Well, it's interesting to think of Joel because I'm trying not to jack off now. Trying to be loyal to Dance Girl, to myself. Again, I'm 99% sure. I'll bet 99% that she's not going to be on the bench on Thursday. It's almost 100% guarantee that she's dumped me and that she won't be on the bench. But just for that 1%, I'm going to stop jacking off now. Just because that's, I'm a gambler. It's fun. And I'm going to really try, if she's not there, to not jack off later. It reminds me of Joel, because he's addicted to heroin. I doubt he jacks off. He reminds me of the type who doesn't. But he's always doing heroin. And he had gang stalkers or someone. His drug dealers would stalk him. And so, regardless how it works out with Dance Girl, it's much better that I don't jack off. And this is very difficult for me. But I want to have a good life. I realized today that I don't know necessarily about being married and what that means, but I don't want to be single. I want to be either married or in a relationship. And jacking off is not healthy for that. So if Dance Girl has dumped me, it's still better that I don't jack off. And if she hasn't dumped me, it's still better I don't jack off. So that's my thinking. I'm already grieving that she's not going to be there, but it doesn't matter what I think because I'll check if she's there. So it's not like I'm abandoning her. And it'll be a nice surprise if she's there. In the meantime, I'm not getting my hopes up. I'm planning for the worst, not even hoping at all for the best. I'm simply just planning for the worst and learning how to live with the reality of not knowing. Yeah, but no, I hope somewhat too. But yeah. There's no way that you could hope without being a bit disappointed. But I know the range of that. Yeah, like, you're going to be disappointed. Well, so what? It's like saying I'm betting $100 on a slot machine. My odds of winning are not good. I'm probably going to lose it, but so what? It's going to hurt to lose $100, but so what? And then that does some really good things because then if she ever sends me honking or white cars, I won't know whether it's coming from her or TSD, but I won't be like, oh, I hope it's not coming from Dance Girl, which was a lot of the problems because I would get these harassments, but I had loved her. I've loved her for years. And so all of the... it was really odd. After I got the dress, I started talking about fixing your body to have a baby. And I didn't say that I wanted to have a baby with her. But it was just coincidental that that's where my mind went. That after I got the dress, I was like, anyway, so now I have to do a water fast to teach a pig how to be healthy so that she can have a good baby. And that she knows that I'll be changing her diet before we have a baby. And then, and then I started thinking about it, like, once we actually got married, I was like, oh, you know what, adopting is way better. And who knows what I was thinking back then, but I think it's pretty obvious that I was, like, gung-ho on having a family, but I didn't even realize it. But, in another sense, I didn't know how much I had loved her. And so when I would get these harassments from people, having a hunch that she's a handler and that they might be harassing me on her behalf, it was extremely painful. And it was, I think, part of what made me so neurotic or so hypervigilant or disgruntled, going around with the GoPro, not just having a good time, but saying, and you see these gang stalkers here? And you see these ones here? Look what they're doing. Look what they're doing to me. And just kind of complaining about it and having a bad attitude about it. And just like having a pity party. And what can anyone really do anyways? I mean, even if I was exposing it for other TIs, I much would have preferred to have done it by the side and just talked about whatever I was interested in. And then said, oh, by the way, you could see this tactic here and this tactic here. But I was like out to incriminate them or like expose them to show the criminality of it. But I think that may have been a reaction to feeling like I was being punished by Dance Girl, which broke my heart, made me extremely upset. But now, and it's been like this for a long time, up until this Thursday, if she dumps me, then whatever like harassment I get, I'll say now if it's from her, well, we've already tried a relationship and it didn't work. So then if she hates me now, if she's punishing me now, she was the only one who I cared that was punishing me to begin with. So all the punishment bothered me because I never knew if it was from her. But now, no matter who it's from, her or someone else, whether I can tell who it's from or not, I know that even if it is from her, I don't even care anymore. So I can move on with my life. So this date on Thursday gives me a lot of freedom, whether she's there or not. And then it lets me move on with my life too, which I deserve. Now, do I even have a life to move on with? Well, how was I feeling before I met Dance Girl? I had Sub-Zero, who is a prostitute. Well, it doesn't matter. She was a prostitute. That's irrelevant. What mattered was the size of her bum. It was medium small. Her tits were medium big. Her face was beautiful. Her personality was, I said she's a sociopath. I told her that. I said, you know, her personality was great. That's what I'm trying to say. She wasn't a sociopath. Other than she wasn't vegan. But she was very, very wonderful. And, you know, she always had weed out. I'd go over and she'd say, I got some keef for you. I got you almond milk. I'll order you sushi. She was always just treating me, spoiling me. And it was really great. And we would hang out every weekend. And I told her one time, I would smoke a lot of weed with her. And I told her one time, I suddenly, randomly said, I'm dead inside. And she was hot enough. I mean, her ass wasn't that big, but I licked her butthole. And she squeezed my balls, and you know, it was her personality was as good as any. She had some issues. She bragged about drinking. And said not to laugh at alcoholics. And then she'd turn around and brag about drinking. But, you know, she apologized after I stopped talking to her. She said I was a real piece of shit. You know, and I used to never tell her. I'd say, in my mind, we would start talking. And I'd say, do you realize that every single time we talk, all you do is laugh at how bad things are in your life? That you'll say, oh, I was puking the other day drinking, and then I puked up the beer so I could drink more beer. Lol. Anyway, outpatient's going all right. How are you doing? I'd be like, do you even understand that you're only complaining all the time?
Everything you say is negative. I never told her this. And then finally I just stopped talking to her, and she said, sorry for not talking to you. I said, the reason I stopped talking to you is because I was no longer in the mood. And then she came back again and she said I was a real piece of shit. But she always really loved me. But it was tiring to hear her complain about everything. Pessimistic attitude. She wasn't aware of it. She's very smart though. She said she had 140 something IQ, which I think is really smart. And her skull wasn't that big though, so I was kind of incredulous about that. She did go to Waterloo though. I've looked up what's your skull size. Apparently Steve Jobs was slightly microcephalic, gearing towards the microcephalic. So I'm not exactly sure what a skull size has to do with anything. But, some of the smartest people I've heard of, Robert Anton Wilson and my dad, they have big old skulls. I couldn't imagine what I could do if I had a big skull. Oh, I'd go places you couldn't even dream. I'd be doing things. I'd be doing things. Once I got my meditation, I can do that voice differently. That's one of those, if you have anxiety, you can't do that voice properly. And dogs do it. They go, and they know they're making you laugh. And the dog has some kind of superpower when it does that. The dog is saying, I recognize you. We don't have language, but I can understand you. I can understand you so well, and you take me for granted. I want to show you that I can do this. I can communicate to make you laugh. I know I can make you laugh. And you can understand then that I can feel the same thing you feel. That I may be in a dog's body. I can't talk like a human, but I can feel the same way you feel. I know what it's like to be greedy and jealous and have anxiety. And I don't have it right now. So I want to go, I want to show you how deep my voice gets and how rock solid these ripples in my voice are. These waves, they go, these little micro spikes. Well, that's enough of that. I have a blanket on the inside. You may have missed the part where I said I'm having a date with Dance Girl on Thursday at 8 p.m. on the bench. I'm 99% sure she's not going to be there. But I'm still taking the risk. Not jacking off. Oh yeah, and so where was I before Dance Girl? I was doing pretty good. I was healing from Chelsea. I've understood that more, so if Dance Girl dumps me, I should be okay. If she doesn't dump me, I should be okay. Could move on with the best version of myself yet. It puts a lot of power in my hands with or without her. Moves me from the beggar. I don't like being the beggar. I feel like Tyler Durden in Fight Club. I'm like, if I beg, you gotta cut my balls off. But you know what I could go for right now is some Reese Puffs. That'll get me real zippy. Wish we had some snacks. I don't know what the fuck we have. We had some samosas, but I don't know. I don't even like samosas. Get some super close up talking here. Everything feels cooler when you're listening to music. I'm trying to fall asleep, but I have to pee. Should I make macaroni and sausage? Yeah. Make a whole casserole at 2 in the morning? Yeah, I think I need to do that. Oh yeah, with butter. That'd be good. I don't have any breadcrumbs though, I'd have to put those in the blender. You know, but the thing is, you stop jacking off, you just turn to eating. Osho was saying that women get fat after they get married because they feel like they're being used. So they turn to food instead of sex. Well, if Dance Girl dumps me, I could say I was a pretty good boyfriend. Maybe the microphone was turned off, but I brought up that when she said that the ABG girls, that she was violating the threesome rule. Because just because she's a girl doesn't mean she wouldn't enjoy other girls. So therefore I was within my rights to talk about other pigs. She may not have noticed that. But I mean, I think I was a good boyfriend, even if she dumps me. If she's already dumped me and I just figure it out on Thursday. I was a good boyfriend, I think. I'm proud of myself. I think I was really accommodating. I enjoyed it. What about Durf for a name? As the worst name you could think of. What's the worst name you could think of? Not something like jerk or like some word that you could never name someone. Just something that sounds phonetically terrible. Like Durf. Hey, how's it going? I'm Durf. Or Durg. That would be really funny. Durf and Durg. I wonder if you had dogs, if they could tell the difference. If you named one of them each of those names. Durf, Durg, come in. Come here, Durg. Come on, Durf. I'll bet they could figure it out. A border collie could. I was dreaming about checking the lyrics of certain songs. And they're just removed. You could sing the song, but you can't write the lyrics. The censorship is different. I could hear talking just now in my dream. Finally it stopped. I never figure out what they're saying.